What up, everybody? Hope everyone's doing well. Let's get right into this news. Thank you for the package opening. Let's do it. This one should be fun. One package for tonight. Been waiting on this guy for a while. Yo, Peter Poppins is going on. I got the build command fully updated. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's interesting. Check out this packaging. All right, well, I'll already see it. Look at this. Now, what I find interesting here is Makebo folded these flaps in for some reason. I don't think I've ever seen this before. But yes, long awaited. Finally here. GMK Red Devils. The red for this set is nice. Yeah, so funny thing about it. Let's open it up because I want to compare it to Classic Red. I want to see what the difference really is. And it's funny, I really wish that I got in on Perestroika. Just get the whole spectrum of reds. Yo, thanks Adam High Shoes. Hey! Snooze, hope you like them. Thanks for tuning in. Glad everything made it there safe, I think, I hope. Alright. Unsealed. Let's take a look. Take a look here. See what we got. Whoa. Ah, so that is pretty different. It definitely is brighter. I think my stream may be brightening it up even more than it really is, but it is brighter. You guys, if you guys want to see the difference between this and Classic Red, I'm not sure if anybody has kind of shown the difference off yet. Let's take a look, yeah? That is pretty different. Pretty different. Let's grab this arrow key. See how it compares to the red badge. Looks like Classic Red, I think, might be a better match, but it's a little hard to tell. I'm wondering, if I were to mount Red Devils onto this, would I really think there's a big difference? Probably. There it is. It's a cool one. I don't think I have to this point gotten a Hangul kit for GMK. I think this may be my first one in here. Very cool. Accents are cool. And this one came in relatively unfazed by shipping here. Yeah, looks like everything here should check out. Pretty happy about that. Ah, oops. Anyways, that was our one package for the day. Of course, we got the spacebar kit. Red Devil is more saturated. It's like, it's a little different. I don't know if I'd say more saturated. I guess so, but it's also like, it's a little brighter. Like it's almost like, dare I say, a little pink. Like there's a little, feels like there's a little pink. Yeah, there it is. Alright, enough of that. Hope everyone's doing well. We'll just get right on started with the build. Let's see, I got Bard F, yep. Bard F and J. Alright, cool. See, maybe we could throw this right under. I don't think we can. I don't think so. Alright. Set this aside for now. We'll set this aside again. Alright, let's get started. We, for anyone who hasn't already seen this is the TX60 that we built over a week ago. Today we are going to be doing our second build of the Project Keyboards Sirius. Let's take a look here. We have 4 plates. One's I already have one build going. And I think we're gonna go for this guy right here, MX POM. For anyone who is curious here, this is an Alps POM plate that I had cut. This one's like browned a little compared to the MX. Kinda different. I don't think there's a backing appeal here. Alright. So, I am... Okay, there are a few directions you can go from here. One, we could get started. 2 is something I could say here is I'm a little nervous because I've heard this issue that people have had, and I have experienced it, where on softer plates, you could get the switches sort of doing something a little funny. If the switches aren't tight enough. Now, I think this should be okay. I think, and I hope. But perhaps, maybe we might be able to tell a little bit of a difference if I go and grab, say, one tight switch and one loose switch. So why don't we do that? Ones that I think, in my head, what I think people know as tight would be U4T and Novel Keys Cream. I think people will call these a little tight. And then ones people say would be loose would be like inks. So red inks, black inks. So I'm gonna go and grab one of these from the vault here. Try this out. So what constitutes a loose switch and what constitutes a tight switch? And how can we tell? Ooh, that's tight. Oh, that U4T is super tight. Even compared to a Novel Keys Cream. So let's try this out. Okay, there's definitely a snap that the Cobalts have that the inks kind of don't. So that feels a little bit promising that we might be able to get away with using Cobalts here. Try this out. So some of them are. Nothing quite like this U4T though. This U4T is nuts. That's like a full-on click. Still just trying to be totally certain because I don't want to take this chance that we have that same situation happen with the Trio 60 PC. I don't think we will. I don't hope we will. I guess how does one determine like how tight this will be? Maybe we can like look at it. Aha, I see it. So I am worried here. I think we may run into the issue. Give me 1 second while I find out. Huh. Grace, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Just trying to take a look here and see. Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I hope you and everyone else here has had a great holiday season. I'm good. I think I had a lot of fun just being with family. Been safe, so it's good. That's good. Been trying to stay safe too. I can't get a test scheduled until next Wednesday at the earliest. Alright, I'm trying to see if it's easy to determine. I think the tightness might be... Let's see if I could point it out. How's your holiday? It was good. Ada and I, we drove out to Vegas to see family. They met the dogs. It was good. It was fun overall. I actually really quite liked it. All right, let's see. I think that the difference And tightness is the distance between here and here. So me, I'm personally just trying to like look really close to find out. It's hard to see with the naked eye. I'm wondering there if we can really tell the difference. I think in these tighter ones, that space is pretty narrow. Because that's like the space it needs to click in. I can't tell. It's really hard, and I'm also just like not holding it super steady. Got these shaky hands. Moon Operator, what's going on? Grace and Moon Operator, hope you guys been well. Let me know how your holiday was. Mine was super relaxing. Today was my first day back at work, and just wished my break was longer. See if we can tell a difference. It's been good starting to build a PC. Nice! Oh, I imagine it's like not an easy thing to do right now, huh? Happy New Year. Hope you have had a safe holiday. Nice, healthy, safe New Year. I'm still trying to just determine how like switch tightness is determined. Hard to tell. Gotten almost all the parts since Black Friday. Now just waiting for MSI to release this motherboard. Oh, nice. Hey, shouts out everybody. If you're in here, shout yourself out. Or shout someone else out. Alright. I am just going to guess and hope that these Cobalt switches will work. I've been meaning to do this this build for a very long time, and I had recently become scared that this would be something not feasible. Chris, you see Gok's new keyboard? Yes, I did. Oh man. Oh, geez. Actually, I don't know. I don't think this is. I don't think this is a leak. But well, this statement is not a leak. But Gok actually himself leaked it to me a little early. So I was like, I felt like so special. I was like, whoa. He sent me some of those pictures. I'm like, whoa. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. Get the buckets. Some cool stuff. Some cool stuff I'm seeing. Gok's design. He was mentioning. Oh, I don't know if this is a leak, but oh man, I don't know what I can or really am willing to say. So. Chris is the HHKB guy. Hey, if you got an HHKB, I know somebody who might want to build one. No, sir, that looks like a screwdriver. I think he said this. So he didn't tell me the name at the time, but he released the name on Instagram. The Lily. One thing he said is that it's definitely, like, he said it's still in progress. He told me that it's just not where he necessarily wants it right now, but when you look at what he's got and the fact that he might not like what he has so far, it feels very promising. smooth angles on it. I like the mixed finishes. I think that looks super fresh. It's an HHKB, yeah. And I don't think there's going to be any other option. What he had said on the Instagram post, again, this I know from the Instagram post, he said that not going to do other 60 layouts because of the way he had set up, I guess, the lighting. Like, I think the right corner blocker, oh, I guess I'm not showing you. The right corner blocker has an LED in it, so. Alright, I guess I'll just flip this. Alright, let's also unscrew this weird guy here. What else is coming out? I think the PLX is supposed to be coming in February. So very curious to get in on a buy there. And that one was like they didn't have an HHKB option at first. Let's move this guy. Ooh, what else am I saying here? Let me see something real quick. Okay, so this one is not private. Today, I think literally just a few minutes ago, right before I started stream here, Juan and Emily just posted an HHKB. So that looks really cool, and that one has a pretty interesting, the way he had set up the design there was pretty cool. And that one is also been posted to Instagram as of 34 minutes ago. Can you show us? Yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna unscrew this first. Ooh. I get so nervous dealing with this. This is, for anyone who hasn't seen this build, this is the first build I did on the Sirius, and it was just in so many ways ridiculous. This is a top-mounted board, right? I'm just about to take this last screw off. Check this out. This right here is the leather plate. It's this is a leather plate top mounted HHKB, and I think that for leather or for anything like super soft, you will need to top mount for HHKB. Otherwise I think you'd literally always just be having your plate end up falling or drooping down. This actually, it's not really actually happening that badly, but that might be because we've influenced the leather upwards just because it's been top mounted. It's also really poor at aligning. In fact, I mean, if you see this, like, like it's supposed to click in to something that resembles a hard material, but like here you could just like move it around. So its ability to align is really bad. It's basically like it's not even there. So, ooh. So that's this guy. On top of that, what made this even more ridiculous after that is this notion that the leather is really rather useless in terms of thinking about sound or feel, because it's really just overpowered by the fact that this is like, we attach clicky switches into it. These are Matthias click switches, which I'm sure that even pisses other people off even more because people don't even like Matthias or Alps. But the fact that we top mounted it is just like, it's a very, very weird board. Yeah, so full disclosure, I think truthfully down the line, I'm going to do a few things. One is I have 2 Alps plates and I have 2 MX plates. My intent down the line in life is to have a build for each one of them with 4 plates. I don't think I want to put these Matthias click switches in here. I think I would be better off putting these switches into another board. I don't know if I want to do linear or even tactile for that matter. I'm not sure. I think the next build I might consider doing this is Orange Alps, which should be like a medium tactile. So I'm glad you remember, Moon. Okay, anyways, so we're gonna set this aside. Okay, Peter Poppins, in case you wanted to see. I guess, yeah, I don't think I'm leaking anything because he's got a public Instagram. Let's look at this. I find this really cool, the way that these weights all kind of come together. Look at that right there with the USB. So I've never actually peeked through this. Let's see if what we can see here. Ah, okay. Ooh, okay, tadpole. So this was like almost 6 months ago. Ah, very cool, very cool. Oh, that's cool. That's super cool. How do I get out of this? There's the X. Alright, so a lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool stuff there. Alrighty. So we've successfully opened all of this up. I don't know necessarily that I was supposed to have done all of this now, but I did. That's what I ended up doing. So okay, so this is gonna end up eventually looking like this. Put this together. Boom. Alright, in the meantime, let's grab this PCB. So this one, we're gonna do something a little bit different today. Let's check this out. This right here is a 1UP Keyboards PCB. And so check this out. Let's go really quick to the place that I bought this from. It's there's a few interesting things to note about this PCB. Ah, interesting. I think it's gone. Hold up. Ah, yeah, I think they took it off the site. So they had this, like, I don't know what you would really call it. You might call it like, I think they may have called it like C stock, or they may have called this like just like error. But this is what it is, right? Okay, so one thing you'll note is take a look at the right shift for full right shift. Now, meanwhile, take a look at mine if I could zoom in a little closer. I don't know if anyone can pick it out, but there is something off about it. There's a stabilizer hole missing right there. It's just nothing there. They forgot to drill it out. They actually ended up selling this for like half or less. And I thought, hey, this is exactly what I want, exactly what I need, because I don't do anything but HHKB with split right shift. So this is just like a super cheap PCB, but it looks like they sold out of it. It's not here anymore. Yeah, so I kind of feel like I should have gotten in on more, but there's another thing to make note of. You could see it in the design here, or you could see it, I could just show it right here. It's the switches are south facing. Yeah, so the switches are south facing. So this becomes really problematic for like shorter profile switches or keycaps. I guess GMK. GMK would count for some, which I typically use all GMK, but all hex welcome. Yes, the direction. I typically use GMK, but knowing full well what it is I'm trying to do today, I'm not using GMK. And so this PCB is literally perfect for this build, and any build in the future I would do, like, this would be probably the best sort of effect for it, so long as I wasn't using something like GMK. So GMK specifically, you're gonna have issues, I think, on this middle row, because the profile there is just so much shorter. What ends up happening is, let's see if we could try it out. When you end up mounting a switch, it may, like, whatever kind of keycap you're using may not hit in the same way. So like when, like, if you threw in, like, depending on which cap it is and where, you could end up with essentially a different part of the plastic of the keycap hitting the actual switch top. This PCB hits different, yes. But okay, so with that said, the reason why I bring all this up is because you may possibly know that the switches that you might have seen me try on from a little bit earlier, these are Cobalt switches from, what was it, PrimeKB, and I think they're even just like labeled Cobalt POM. I believe the housing is made of POM. The stem is not. So maybe I should have freaking switched some kind of POM stem into this. But outside of that, I bought this quite a while ago, but we're actually gonna try to use this. This is a Rainbow POM Jelly. That did come with 7U modifiers, and these are an OEM profile. So OEM profile is not going to have the same type of issue as GMK would on these south-facing switches. So everything should be good, and again, I've been meaning to try this for some time. So all of this, I've been meaning to do this build for a really long time. Oh, this came with a key puller. I didn't even know. POM on POM on POM. Yeah, the only thing that I think I may have an issue with, actually no, I have no issue at all. Perfect. I was like, wait, they actually, take a look at this. It almost looks like they were trying to do white modifiers, but then they didn't make the full backspace white. and instead they made the backslash white. But the thing is, a white backslash position key would be a backspace, like on an HHKB, which is a mod. So this may actually work. And there we go. We have some of these. We have a bunch of these white top profile. Oops. Top white profile. Top profile white keycaps that I could use for escape here in place of one of these guys. So it looks like they did mod colored tilde. Yeah, it's interesting choice. Interesting choice, but you know, I think it's gonna work out in my favor. All right, so I guess this next step we do here is we'll test the PCB. I'll just use this. I wonder if this is already VIA compatible. Aha, it is. Allhex, I think you it's awesome when weird shit gets fucked up the right way. Yeah, like every part of this really. Like from the the PCB to the keycaps. It's like perfect. South facing switches for OEM. Proper like matching backspace for HHKB split. And then this missing thing here that I don't really care about. So pretty sick. Ooh, that's cool. Just take off the... I like when they add HHKB here, as though it were much different here. And like the thing is, those cutouts are there. They're still there. So split. I think we're good. All right, just like that, and like that. Backspace. Okay. Layers. Emma1. Left win, left alt, right. Alt right win. So right here we'll do control. Everything I think looks good. Layer 2. Aha. Oh, that's I like how they put nothing here. That is an interesting move. Oops. 10, 11, 12. Insert, delete. Caps lock. Oops. What do we normally put here? How do you feel about 60% when keyless is about the same as an HHKB? Oh, I don't know about that one. It's pretty different to me. No, again, like, knowing all things, I'm a very layout-oriented guy. And again, I only like one layout. So muscle memory for me dictates that, like, I need those two modifiers to be right next to each other, personally. It's like, for example, it's how I open up the inspector in a browser, right? Like a developer tools. And so, like, at least in macOS. So, like, I like that better. And then, like, just over time, like, again, all things said, it's like, because I'm so used to the layout, because I'm so used to using it, I'm also used to looking at it. So, like, I think when keyless 60% looks a little funny. Now, everyone's different, so I can't really judge, but it's just how I look at it. Checked. Home. Page up. End. Page down. It's better. Ooh. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Allhex. Alright. Anything else? I don't think there's anything else. I think we're good. Alright. Ooh, I gotta use this more, this test matrix. I feel like this is super pog. I don't like how I have to angle myself like this on these south-facing switches. I don't think I do. Do I? I don't know. Now I can't tell what I like or not. Well, let's take a look if there's stepped. Is there stepped? There's ISO enter. I wonder if there's stepped. By the way, are you going? Oh, steps on the top right. Oh shit, there it is. Okay, all right, we'll do steps. We'll do steps then today. By the way, you're going to Shrew meetup this weekend. I feel as though I am passing. Reason I say that, I don't have a ticket. First of all, second of all, I just don't necessarily know if I feel like it's personally the right time to go to a large gathering. I don't think I feel like it's the right time, but I don't know. Say I had the ticket in front of me, or say that I bought one in advance, I might be saying something different. So, being totally honest here, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going. I feel unlikely, which is a little bummer because I owe Kevin T. Dam and Vince Sanity and oh, did I miss those? I owe them a bunch of prizes. Between all of them, I do know that Asmodeus just got, I think he just got sick. Sorry, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that. So, but what I'm saying is like I would have used this, you know, parlayed my ability to go to this to give people out these prizes. Alright, looks like everything checks out. And it was on his Discord, so you're fine. Okay, got it. Whoa, what was that? Oh, that's not important. Okay, 1 second. I think I just got a work message. Alright. All good. Okay. What do I normally do next? Let's take a look. I always forget. Alright, stabilizer time. Wow. We are only 51 minutes in. Yeah, I don't know how to put this. It's a little weird. It's a little bit weird. The situation in general, I think, is kind of strange. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know if I'm trying to be like say anything controversial here, but I guess maybe, I don't know. I feel like we're still in a position where COVID is rampant enough to like still fill ICUs. And I feel like as much as people say that like maybe COVID never affected them, or maybe, you know, they're vaccinated or they're boosted, ICUs are still getting filled. So I kind of feel like if we're in a position or a time where it's like that, then it's like gotta try to be safe. Like when I look at it, like reduce the risk. I think that's kind of part of being helpful to society, I suppose. I think yeah, there's some people who are still, even despite vaccinations boosted, might still be feeling a little sick. I think what I find a little bit troubling is like with everything I've just said, I find it like kind of weird and hard that like this is our what second winter, second holiday season of COVID. And I feel like we probably should have learned from the first one, even though a lot of society is vaccinated. What am I looking for? Sorry, I know I'm kind of stringing along a lot of time here, but even though a lot of us are kind of, vaccinated, or a lot of America is, I think that like there was still this notion that like, yeah, the holiday season, it was really bad like 2020. I don't know how you could rightfully or willfully schedule these events during the winter time, and then think like everything will be okay. So that's kind of like where I am, like in my head, I think, where it's like, but people are still gonna go out. Like I don't know, like it's just like a fact. People are still gonna go out. So Shrew meetup, I'm guessing, is probably still just gonna continue to happen. Hopefully, I cross my fingers for everyone to stay safe. I'll say that. So. Totally agree with you. Yeah. Alright, I got all the housings, but none of the inserts. 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think that if the meetup was in like February or March, I'd be going. And it's the funny thing. It's like I know, admittedly, George, you're welcome. Yeah, the hospital here are totally full, and 90% are COVID cases, and most are unvaxxed, and that's what sucks. Okay, there's a couple of standpoints here, or like viewpoints here. Is that like I think that there are some people who will have the viewpoint of like, okay, just let the unvaxxed get sick, just like it's kind of a really mean and pessimistic view of just let them die. And it sucks, like, because it's like I get that some people would feel that, but with that, like, overall, it's that like even if you weren't like that cold-hearted or mean, it's that like it's still fucking over, like COVID is rampant enough that it's fucking over people who are not even with COVID. Like, think about that. Like, I have a friend who's been waiting a month plus for surgery, but the hospital exactly, that's exactly what I mean. It's that like, fuck, like, can you imagine, like, just literally imagine you're carrying a table and you drop it on your foot and you break your foot. Like, it's like there might not be space in a hospital for you because of COVID. Like, you like bowling? You might drop a bowling ball on your foot. Like, like you play, I don't know, like you can play basketball. I mean, like, I wouldn't I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend playing basketball like with other people, like, especially at this time with COVID, but like, say you're even just like playing by yourself on your driveway. You could conceivably tear your ACL just playing by yourself. You could fall off your bike. Like, anything could happen. It's like, it's just like, kind of is, I don't know what to say past that, man. Like, stay safe, everybody. But I feel bad because it's like I know that I'm like in the Bay Area. I know that I'm like in the heart of San Francisco. And I feel bad. I feel guilty because in terms of people I have actually physically met, especially like over the last like almost year and a half. I mean, almost year and a half. I feel like I hope that I've made a lot of keyboard friends like over like in the hobby, like over the internet. I think and I hope or at least I think there's a lot of people I look up to. But I haven't gotten a chance to meet any of them just for one reason or another because yeah, I've been pretty COVID phobic. But there's also the fact that like among all these meetups when I felt a little less scared of COVID, like I just happened to be busy for one reason or another. Out of town, like, you know, just hanging out with my girlfriend for the weekend, or like my brother was here one time. And so it's just like sometimes like I can't make it out to a meet. But there's also been times like kind of now where I'm just a little bit trying to like back off a tiny bit when this type of stuff is happening. So I feel bad because I know that like there's a ton of Bay Area meetups. There's a ton of LA meetups. And I know that I still haven't gotten to meet some of you guys, or literally most of you guys. And so, it's like, don't worry, Chris will get donuts one of these days. Man, I'm waiting for it, man. One of these days. I've met a couple. Who have I met in person? I met 20V, Lala Bop, Smiling Down. They came up one time, and I've met Mr. Mendax. Or I could just be totally mean and say like, oh yeah, no, I don't want to go to this Shrew meetup because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's high chance of catching COVID there. Everyone's just touching everything. I'll keep touching things. Anyways, I appreciate y'all being here. I know I've been going a little slow over the last, I don't know, 10 minutes here. Alright, there's something about this brush that's pissing me off. I think there's like one strand that's like longer than the others. Just cut it off there. Gone to the skate park. I haven't gone to a skate park for the fear of someone having COVID. Skating with a mask on kind of sucks. Oh, Georgie said herniated back, anything. Yeah, that's crazy. Calling it now, the build will be done around 12. I'm going to shoot for 11. I think I could do it by 11. Hour and a half. I just got to stay focused. I know it's unlikely, but just gotta. More like 2. Ada. Aida. How much is a cyberboard exactly? $1,000. Anita, I don't actually fully know. Does anyone know the price check on the cyberboard? I think there's what? Did round 3 already complete? Was it on round 3? I feel like many months ago I had seen like aftermarket ones going for like under 1,000 unbuilt, but I don't know. Just don't quote me on any of it. I really don't know because it's not an HHKB. So when I went down with Ada to Vegas, I brought down a bunch of switches and all my lubing stuff, and we only got through one set. I brought 4 sets of switches down. We only got through one set, and a big hang-up, a big issue, was that I didn't have a stem holder. I forgot to bring it. So I started looking online, like where can you get something that would hold stems? So I started looking at Michael's and Hobby Lobbies around the Vegas area. Amazon, yeah, but we were there for such a short amount of time. Like, I hadn't realized, because we were there for like 4.5 days or so. I didn't realize till the night number 2 that I didn't have a stem holder. So it's like trying to order one off Amazon. It's like, well, it would, like, even with Prime, would probably arrive by the time I left. So I started looking at Michael's. I started looking at Hobby Lobby. Couldn't find anything. Like, I know that, like, I use this like kind of like jewel grabber as a stem holder. I was trying to look for those like those clutch pencils that people use as like stem pickers as well. But what I realized was that the ones that they use for the keyboard hobby specifically are 4mm, which is I guess a kind of uncommon size to find in brick and mortar craft stores. I think typically brick and mortar craft stores are gonna like the most common sizes that a brick and mortar store would hold are gonna be 2mm or 5.6. Yeah, I could have used tweezers, but it's just like my fingers start hurting when I use tweezers. But finally I found out that there was like a Joann's Crafts or whatever. It was a little further out than the nearest Michael's and Hobby Lobbies, but we made it out there, and I bought the last one on the rack. They actually had one of these like jewel pickers on the rack, and I looked online. They said they had 3. When I get to the store, they only had 1. So I buy that last one there, and then I get home and I open it up, and I'm like, oh shit! This jewel grabber I bought from the Joann's, there's only 3 prongs instead of 4, so it's not gonna like evenly hold all the sides of like the MX cross mount. But I still made it work. I still made it work a little bit better than I think that. Oh shit! Better than I think that like tweezers would. So at the end of the day, it was fine. But with that said, I still only got through one. We only got through one set of switches. It's interesting. Back home there's like the perfect like desk to just like set up like a little station for lubing and mounting, like, or just like docking a computer. It's like so perfect. The problem was that station was not near the living room TV, which is where we spent a lot of our time. And I attribute that to be the reason why we didn't get more done. Okay. Quick updates for anyone who might not have tuned in yesterday. For anyone who didn't tune in yesterday, I was opening up some Pokemon cards, and gym leader Nathan came by and he was helping me look at my old collection, trying to find some gems in there, which we did find. You know, knowing that like he knows way more than me, it's gotta know. But anyways, I made some announcements yesterday. You may notice that the music sounds a little different. I am, for the time being, going to stop caring about copyright claims on my YouTube VODs. So, in favor of, you know, just being able to play some more enjoyable music. So, hope you guys enjoy. I also hope that I did just mess with my sound levels a bit earlier, right before today's stream. So, let me know if my sound is okay between my mic, both my mics, as well as the music. Sound levels are fine. I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. I think that if I ever blow up and make $15 or even $30 a month off of monetizing YouTube videos, I think that's when I'll probably try to get an Epidemic Sound account. But until then, it doesn't make any sense. All right. Grab a paper towel here, as I usually need to. Actually, I have a wipe for this. I'll use this wipe. All right, so, sometimes I want to just kind of mention this. Sometimes I'm in the middle of like I'll be doing, you know, when it comes to keyboards, like, I feel like I'm constantly like just like keeping my eye out on things I'm interested in, right? And I'll be honest, like sometimes I try to keep it secret for a couple of reasons. One is definitely I like surprising you guys with stuff. I like surprising people with stuff until things are like really confirmed, or even like for that matter in hand. The second thing is like it's a two-sided. One is like a ridiculous one slash like two ways to look at it in the same way, and one is a little more realistic. One of them is I don't want to jinx it. I guess like a more realistic slash pessimistic way to look at it is like I don't know if like me saying things will put me at a disadvantage. But let me just throw something out here because I guess this one's over with. So I have I have a heavy grail coming in. It's not a problem necessarily with the heavy grail, but I have a heavy grail coming in. Thick Boy BDZ, Zero, welcome. I have a heavy grail coming in. It's for a Pro 3, like one of those classic or hybrid models. I don't have one yet. Like I don't actually have the actual HHKB. ClickPig, what's going on? Welcome back. I don't actually have the HHKB. And so like I'm thinking about, okay, how do I want to handle this? One is I could just buy one brand new, and for that matter I could buy one of those like Snow White ones, the anniversary ones. But part of me just kind of thinks like, okay, what do I really need? I guess all I really need is just the PCB, really. The PCB, the springs, the stabilizers, I suppose. Those are kind of all I need, right? Like all, yeah. The sliders, yeah. Those are all I really need. So I'm just like, well, why would I get a brand new one? Why not just get a used one? So I've been like trying to hunt for just like cheap used hybrid Type S's, and I was watching one for like a little while. It's the same guy. You could look it up if you wanted. I was watching one for some time of this guy who was just trying to like get rid of his, and like over time this fella was dropping his price. And I was like, okay, can I wait? Let's see how far he can go. And I feel like I kind of waited at that very last moment. I was talking to the guy. I was like, hey, like I'll buy it at this price. And then the guy, like, it looked like we were about to move forward, but then I guess I was a little slow and he didn't see my messages, but he ended up just selling it. So I jinxed it. I jinxed it myself, but it's not because I told anyone. It's more just, I guess, bad luck. Shouldn't have waited. What I came to realize was a Pro hybrid Type S from Fujitsu, I think comes out to where I'm located at about like $374. So my estimation here is that if you could get anything under that, then it's a good deal. But I think also mechanicalkeyboards.com sells them too, and I'm not actually sure how much that one comes out to. Maybe also 373-ish. There was one that I saw that was swooped up. I was too late. It was a Pro hybrid Type S, but it had printed keycaps. Should be able to get an import from JP for fairly cheap, but I could maybe try. But like specifically a Pro hybrid Type S in an ANSI layout, I feel like I haven't looked hard enough, but I just wasn't imagining that I could get it for under 373-ish. But I guess I'll poke around a little bit more. Anyways, wait a second, hold up. Wait, let me think about that real quick. If I get something that's not an ANSI layout, but hopefully still has 60 switches, could I use that instead? And it wouldn't matter because the grail, the heavy grail, just uses its own plate anyways. ClickPig, do you know? Sounds like you got a heavy grail. It's like, say I get like a JIS, like an HHKB JIS for some cheap. Like, would I be able to convert that to ANSI and a grail knowing that it's its own plate? Because if so, I think the only problem with that is that you'd have to use aftermarket keycaps. Just that you need to get your keycaps separately if you're not using JIS layout. I think that would be the issue. Might need a spacebar stabilizer. I see. I guess if it's not 6U. Makes sense. Okay. That took almost 30 minutes to get through these stabilizers. Almost. Maybe about 25 or so. Okay. Like, I do actually have an extra set of keycaps. Like, truthfully, I guess my problems is that, like, I really want a black set of keycaps, or just, like, something that's not what I have. When I think about, like, say, my first build of my Grail, I think I would want to try to go for black keycaps, like blank blacks, but I haven't been able to just, like, easily find a Pro Hybrid Type S with blank black keycaps for something that's cheaper than that Fujitsu price. What have I just done? Where did I put that brush? Oh, here it is. Meanwhile, I'm still kind of in the middle of two different other kind of very, very large purchases that I don't want to jinx. So I think I'm gonna have to stay quiet about those. Oh, another one that I fucked up. I've been trying to get a camera, like a camera accessory. It is what is it? Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this camera accessory. It is a come on, get in there. It's a part for my Contax 645, my medium format camera, and there's like I'm just trying to get these extra pieces. They're what do you even call it? Fuck, I know the part number, but I don't actually know the name of the part itself. They just literally call it an insert. It's a film insert that you roll your film onto. And I was just watching this one seller on eBay drop the price, and then I've been thinking about, like, just getting it. And I think it literally sold out within, like, the last, like, it finally sold in the last, like, 2 days. And I was just like, I don't know why I waited so long. It's so stupid. Alright, I forgot about these guys. I feel like I'm running a little bit low on screws. Where's my driver? Here it is. I was thinking of trying to go all white POM, but I don't know that there's white POM switches. But that would have been, like, pretty perfect to do this 1UP PCB, some kind of white POM switch, and then, like, white POM keycaps. That would have been pretty cool. Oh shit. What the hell? ClickPig, you got a heavy grow. What finish did you get? Like, I just, like, can't wait till mine comes in, man. Mine is, I guess, like, maybe they're going in, like, order of like who placed the orders. Aperture, nice. Very excited. Is that the one that's like one of those like trypophobia ones? Is that the same one I'm thinking of? Oh, it doesn't let me look at it. Yeah, gray texture finish, I see. It's cool. It looks kind of rocky. It's kind of like rocks. It's pretty cool. All right, I'm not gonna lie. So I actually may have mentioned this, but it's like I have 2 heavy grails, or supposed to be coming in, and they're the 2 finishes that I think enunciate the chunkiness the least. So I feel like some of them they look a little too much like, huh, I can really see the chunk. I ended up going for steel. Got the steel one, and down the line I'm gonna be getting a PC. Yeah, Veracity steel, and then I got the Ghost of Christmas Future polycarbonate. PC is nice too, yeah. Dude, those promo shots for it with the Idea 23 keycaps. Oh, so good. Just like I feel so silly for not having known or seen the Idea 23 keycaps. I think truthfully I don't like high pro like uniform, which I think Idea 23 I believe is. But I still feel like, oh my god, those product photos with them look so good. But then apparently like Idea 23 keycaps are a little bit hard to come by at this point. I think there's some weird issue with Idea 23 lately, some kind of fulfillment issue. So these like Idea 23 caps that just like get put up on RMM just like disappear real fast. Oh, I did finish that. Okay. Yeah, finding high pro is hard. It's crazy, man. I actually used to have like the Real Force high pro, like the OG full size, and I sold it. I did this crazy ass project with it, where I figured out how to convert it to TKL. Real Force high pro, like the full, was it the full size? Like full size US ANSI 1.5. That's nuts. That is nuts. Like I had one at one point. It was most definitely not 1.5. I think I got it for like 300. It's like I can't believe, like part of me is like I can't believe I let that go, but at the same time I don't care. At the same time I don't really care, because like a couple things to consider about that is you couldn't adapt that to HHKB easily because of full right shift. And so like I've seen that there was a short right shift produced, but I'm guessing you probably had to have some kind of like international high pro literally just for that one keycap. And I was like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's just nuts. So yeah, I didn't go for it. Or like I'm not really down for it, so I wish it were easier, but they don't make it easy. All right, we finished screwing these in. Let's take a look. What's next? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You seen the extra happy yet? The extra happy. What do you mean by the extra happy? That should be my indicator that I have not seen it. But let's take a look at that. XTHHKB. Ah, no. No. Oh, no, I don't like that. Oh, man. Oh. It's goofy as shit. Man, I don't really know what to say here. It's just like for me it's not even about looks. It's more just about like it's not an HHKB anymore. Like it's like literally again, like my issue personally or like my thing personally is just layout, and like you have moved me away from an HHKB at this point. What this means is that like I'm in Vim, I go to the cornermost thing that I can physically feel on my keyboard, and in this particular case, it's not an escape key. It's like 3 macro keys if I'm like smashing the leftmost corner of my board. And this is just like, I don't know, it's why I can't stand like Alice keyboards. It's the thing that I think is like kind of the problem from turning my BMEC HHKB Alice from the literal most perfect keyboard into something that's just hard to use. That's just look. That's my rant. I don't know if I need to say much more than that. Like, why is a great question, Georgie. Okay, upside down. Oh, so interesting how this is upside down. But it's so weird. Oh my gosh. These south-facing switches are strange. Oh my god, it's like so hard to tell what it is I'm doing. It's just unnatural, man. Yo, I can't unsee it? What, the south-facing switches or the extra happy? The extra happy is a menace. It's a menace to society. Oh, you know, I actually saw... I was watching Alex Oto's stream. I saw him using that, like, plate fork. I'm like, man, maybe I should get one. All these weird, soft-ass plates. Anyone know where you can find that plate fork? I forget. It's like Fang Designs or something. It's crazy because like, there's no way. I don't think that that's the same Fang that used to run. What was it called? Like Geek Keys. Very doubtful. The extra happy will now live forever in my brain. Oh, I do not like that. A menace. Oh no. Oh, that's got like a film clip. This is tactile. Fang Studio. Hey, oh Hex, I appreciate that. Alright, we'll just call this one bad. No reason, I got extras. Alright, I'm gonna buy one of those all Hex. I also need to buy those stem pickers too. So what's crazy, those 4mm clutch pencils that I was talking about, people say that they like them better than the jewel pickers or the jewel grabbers. What I find really crazy is, I guess TX had them at one point, or Makibo might have had them at one point. Prevail has them. How do I put this? I was thinking, well, why not just buy a generic 4mm clutch pencil off Amazon? The problem with that is that somehow Prevail, oh, PrimeKB has the same ones. Oh, she got PrimeKB. The problem is that like trying to buy generics on Amazon is like they're like double the price. So I think like all these keyboard vendors are probably like sourcing them somewhere and then just like selling them way cheaper than Amazon does. It's pretty nuts. Tools. Yeah, look at that. $6 here. Prevail has them as well. I think around the same price. There are also shorter, fatter. There's some shorter, fatter ones. They do not work as well. I see. Interesting. All right, I gotta take a little bit of a closer look as comparing the Prevail to the Prime ones. PrimeKB ones. I'm pretty sure it's like probably the same. All right. So, I remember this. I put this one separate. Or Ada did. Ada put this one separate because this one had this really fucked up spring. And so I think all we gotta do here, crack this open and then put our usual 78 gram Slow Extreme 2 in here. Oh, this one Ada put in these clear films. I forgot about that. Actually, I'm noticing there's a problem with this. And I'm also realizing that I literally swear, I don't know if Moon Operator's still around, but these kind of suffer from the same problem that Aqua Kings do. Some of these don't really return very well. So, shit, let's find out. Some of these return less good. Yeah, and this one's like, here's another tactile, basically. Damn, I hope I have enough. The cobalts, yeah, these are cobalts. So I am a little bit. They have like a 20mm slow spring stock. Nuts if they don't bounce back well. They do bounce back, but there's a little bit of weirdness with them regardless. The weirdness is rooted in the fact that I think the and Moon Operator pointed this out, I think, at one point, just a long time ago, and I'm feeling it now. The top housings are tight, like the same way that Aqua Kings are. So it's not that necessarily that they don't bounce back. The 20mm spring does help it, but it adds this weird tactility as it's trying to push it back into this hole that's too small. So I'm realizing I think that's what I'm feeling, and I'm a little bit worried that, is it really, or is it possibly an issue with my plate? I've had that, it sucks. Yeah. So, man, okay. This is really weird. It appears that the cutouts on the 1UP PCB also are like super tight, in addition to like just everything else. So let's see, what can I poke this out with? I guess a screwdriver. Cherry topped H1s felt tactile in my FR4 plate. Pop a switch out and squeeze it on the sides with one hand while pressing the stem with the other. See if it's the same effect. Well, some of these are just right off the bat. Like I could just feel it without really doing anything. So, okay. Interesting. So let's carefully just see if we can count out 60 of these that work. Don't seem to like films and tight plates. Interesting. So I wonder, these ones that feel kind of tactile, what if I remove these films? The films are super thin, but let's remove them anyways. I think that does help. Dang, I feel guilty. Are they the 0.125mm films? I don't. They're these very thin clear ones, so they're not deskies. They're definitely thinner than deskies. I want to say that this helps, but like not by much. Durock films, yeah, I think they might be like a thin Durock style film. Standard TX is 0.15, Desky is like 0.3. Yeah. I think what I'm recalling was that people said don't film or thin film these. Maybe that was like the rationale for this. And I feel a little bad because I think Ada did a lot of these. And I think we decided to try to move forward with films. But you still kind of, like, I still get it. This still feels tactile. This has no film at this point. So, yeah, I don't think this is the film's full. Actually, I don't know if I was supposed to. Shit. I didn't even try this one before I popped this open. Dang, maybe we're not doing a POM build today. If I run out of these. This one actually seems fine, even with the film. Seems okay. Alright. I'm gonna try to... I gotta pop this one out still. This one's like tough dealing with because of the stabilizer, and also I think I'm not certain if it's the PCB or if it's the switch. But sus batch. It's not just that. It's like something here is really like it's locked in really tight into the PCB. Like even if I went plateless, it's not a plate problem. So I'm just like I'm trying to push this out of the plate. It's like really hard. I'm gonna break something, I feel like. But this one right here, this is my. I think this is the second one I punched in. This one's like as tactile as the first one. That one just smacked me in the face. I remember your plate for the Alps. Which one? Oh yeah, guys, check that out, by the way. I have a plates command. Feel free to hit that. I also forgot to do this. Alright. Updated title. A couple of commands here if you want to read it. Alright, this one's like a maybe. Put that in the maybe pile. The 3D printed. Oh, that was it's just like laser cut. This one seems good. Alright, we got 6 so far. That one also seems good. Good. I'm gonna rate it. I think this one's like. Actually, yeah, these two are bad. It's not looking good. I actually bought 90. Oh, you know what though? I bought 90, but I don't have all of them here. Like we didn't do all of them. We did maybe just under 80, but maybe I need to find the remainders, which I was using for that stupid KMAC, those stupid KMAC switches. The Handerbyte Franken switches. Y'all remember that, right? It's in my plans to actually redo that. And I think maybe at the very least I might have to actually break the KMAC Happy down tonight to retrieve more Cobalts. One thing I'm thinking is oh, this one's tactile. That was just straight tactile. It's like the Aqua Kings, it's a top housing issue, right? I'm pretty certain of it, because I'm pretty sure when I threw these like in the blue ink housing, everything was fine. The thing is, like, of course I could that's bad. I could change the top housings on this, but then like at that point, what are you really doing? Like it's no longer goes with the theme of the POM keyboard if you're taking out the POM housing. I'm gonna move this over here. Oh, there's a lot of bad ones so far. I know that Everglide apparently produced a second revision housing for the Aqua Kings, which is something that we did deal with recently. And then like there was actually a vendor from my hometown that was selling them. I gotta take this jacket off. I'm actually kind of warm now. I get to wondering, what if I have way more than 60 switches, right? But I'm wondering if there was any possible way that I get 60 of these tactile feeling linears. And there's no way. Dang. Guess I didn't like fully 100% test this in advance. I should have done that. Dang, I guess you really needed to like buy a big bulk of these in order for them to feel like alright. Same with Aqua Kings. I ended up buying like, I think 100 for a 60 build. Like I had to buy like 30 more than I originally ordered. Apologize for anyone who was bothered by that crooked desk mat. I think the camera is actually crooked. Damn. I think I might just have to change the switches tonight for this build. Just not use a POM. The POM theme appears to be not what we wanted necessarily. In that case, I might switch over to the alu plate. We might just use another key set. Alright, let's count the number of good ones. It's not enough. Most definitely not enough. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 37. 37, that's less than 2/3. Less than 2/3 were actually very good. And I don't even know how many I had here, but this seems like a 50% chance that you would get one that was actually like good. This is my good pile up here in the right corner. Bad pile. Probably, it seems like there's more bads than there are goods. And they're like all inconsistent with each other. Like they're different levels of tactility. Whoa, holy shit. It's literally 50-50. That's crazy. I mean, I guess what I could do is just like try to pull all these films out. And just see if any of them get better. I still feel it though. Oh, I actually think maybe I missed one. So there was actually one more. It's a higher rate of bad than good. I also think I may have misplaced that one switch that had the weird spring in it. Actually, that one seems improved by not having it. Alright, we gotta get 23. 23 unfilmed to be good. I don't feel optimistic. I'm not 100% sure that the film... I mean... Some of them are exhibiting an improvement, but it seems like the actual issue at hand is too much to be overcome by just the removal of film. I think the film might be introducing more problems to ones that are already problematic. That one seems good. Maybe the ones that are only like slightly bad, we might be able to get back to normal. But there are ones that are just like really terrible. And I think there's no coming back from those. This one, the film was already gone and it felt like super bad. So it's most definitely bad. I'm touching all these oily parts, all these lubricated parts, and just getting everywhere. Maybe just maybe. That doesn't feel right. Vivix, welcome to the stream. Seems like there's multiple things wrong with the switch here. This one's probably bad to begin with. For anyone just tuning in right now, I'm trying to unfilm some of these cobalts. Some of these cobalts have this like tactility issue, even though it's supposed to be linear. And I'm attributing it to issues with top housings, the same way that Aqua Kings did. But there's a chance here that removing these films may resolve issues, which it has for about less than half of them so far. So slightly less than half were actually good, and then of the bad ones, slightly less than half are fixed by removing the films. And I'm just trying to see, can we get to 60 for this build? That one actually seems good. Yeah, that one was still bad, so I threw that there. Oh, this one seems extra bad. That one's getting like locked up. Check this out. That is the tactile all the way. You know what's funny is that I feel like I was doing this for the first time I built the Aqua Kings. It's just like trying to figure out what would work and what wouldn't. This could very well be a 2 AM build, like Ada was predicting. Could cut my losses and just change to another switch. RIP 12 AM? Yeah. There's also the other option of like, I need to go harvest those cobalt stems in the KMAC and then try to reassemble them with the spare housings that I just have somewhere. That's an option too. Yeah, some of these are like, there's no hope. You can kind of see it. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's like when I crack them open, what I'm trying to do is like hold it by the stem with the top housing in place, right? And that's typically supposed to be like an easy action. But the problem is when I'm trying to pop it open, or like after I've popped it open, it's actually here hard to do because the housing, the top housing's so small that like me trying to get the stem to hold it like in this kind of arrangement, like the stem doesn't want to like pop in through the housing. It's just like it's too tight. So we're not getting there. There's too many here that are like beyond reality. We can like determine it really quickly. Actually seems good. Rare good one. These I've all cracked open and were bad. This one's like, some of them are so tactile, there's like almost no point in me even trying. I'd rather just like move on to the next. Good. Very bad, very bad. There's not enough. 5, 7. This one is... yeah, this one's bad. Bad. Like, I get to wondering, like, how does this really happen? I think I saw like a statement that Everglide made about the Aqua Kings that basically said like, oh, it's the material. The material might have just naturally less tolerance in working with the molds that they already have for switches. But part of me is like, I find crazy because I don't like this one. I find it crazy because like, how could they like go through like testing this and then think like, oh man, like this is good. Like, how are there like not enough issues for them to like pass this? That would actually turn out pretty good. This I feel doubtful for. So got 37 in this pile, and then how many is that? 4, 6, 8, 9. 9 so far. Yeah, this is not gonna work. I'm realizing like I think I have like 16 that are parted out for the KMac Happy. And I just am doubtful. So I may need moon operators. I may need moon operators extras. Or I might need to buy like another 100 from PrimeKB. I guess at the same time I get these stem holders, I suppose. That one feels bad. But you know what? I think another thing too is that like I may be confusing myself. I don't know if you guys like ever use these like super long springs, because these are really long. I think these are like 20 millimeters or something. These like long springs, like I feel like they kind of have a little bit of an effect of feeling kind of tactile just naturally. Like maybe my criteria for what feels tactile versus what doesn't is a little too crazy, because maybe if I let up a little bit and just thinking that I feel like something's tactile, then maybe it's not. That one most definitely does feel like it though. Okay. 5, 10, 14, plus 37, 51. So I need 9 more. But these also all are unfilmed, and these still have films, even though they like already feel good. Let me crack all these open here. These are ones that I felt like I wasn't bothering with because I thought these felt too tactile. Ah, this is the messed up spring. If y'all could see that. I think this is the messed up spring, unless there's more than one of these. So I guess I'll get rid of this for now. And then I guess I'll... Y'all can see this, actually. If I like just push up from this, like it's not smooth because it's getting hung up on the housing. Oh shit. So this one's like just an overall dud. Just throw that off to the side. I wonder how many springs are like that too though. I may need to skip this song because it's gonna be too long. The the DMCA. Alright. If it's too familiar, I gotta cut it out.
Sorry?
Do you think you could come back today at 265? He's available then.
What is going on?
Might be usable. I'm not sure about this one yet. I'll see how many feel really on that cusp of appropriate to inappropriate. I know this build really isn't going quite as planned. I think it's just like all discovered this in the middle of stream. This issue that, again, I feel like I'd heard before, but really is only getting my attention now. I realize. Ooh. It's hard to know. Like, I feel like everything's kind of muddied now. Everything feels like a little off. You know what I mean? It's like when you look at a word for too long, it loses its meaning. I feel like I've been trying to feel for these for too long. This one's definitely bad. I've been trying to feel for these for so long that like it's kind of lost its, or I've lost my ability to really tell. Let's call that one still bad. This one's already cracked open. Here's another one where the spring is messed up anyways. Still bad. Okay, I'm gonna feel for these again. Just again, see if my criteria, that one's still bad. Maybe acceptable. Closer. It's pretty bad. I think we can possibly make this work if I just work at this long enough. Oh, sorry. Focus. Maybe acceptable. This one's scratchy though. Bad. Maybe. Maybe. Let's call that one bad. That one's bad. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21. Ugh. I don't know. That one's good. Still just like cherry picking these. Still not sure. That one's good. Not sure about that. Good. Bad. Bad. I wonder if I like just type fast and hard enough, if I would notice. Like maybe that's like a criteria. Because they all return. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. It's like I need like 19 plus 37. What's that? I need 4 more. So then like it kind of becomes like, can I deal with like finding 4 more? Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna go try to find some extras that I may have lying around. Let's see. I think I have cobalts in this thing. I know I have some ridiculous shit here. Alright, I see 4 stems here. In this baggie. See if I could cook up some housings. Alright, in case I wanted to see something crazy. This is a little tray I had for organizing all this shit. I've been meaning to like break some of these down better. So I think here's all my Durock stuff. In fact, I could flip this safely and carefully upside down. You guys can see it. I wrote down Cobalt on these 3, right in the middle. Problem is, I'm probably gonna have to, like, I'm gonna crack all these open, and these are all the housing. So these were the Franken-switched blue things that I had from before. And at this stage now, I'm just getting these out of the housing. I don't know if these stems are lubed already. It's nuts. The leaves just fall out of blue inks. That's wild. A series of stupid ideas. Alright. So the goal here is, can I cook up from this, it looks like 12 top housings, a situation where these feel like they'd actually be able to pass through. Can, what is it, 8 or 4 of these 12 actually fit? And if so, then I think we might be good. Oh no. Too many tactiles? Oh, too many. This one seems like it could work. I wonder. These don't seem so bad. They don't seem bad so far, but I wonder if, like, maybe it's like too thick a layer of lube causing the problem? Because, like, right off the bat, that one does feel a little weird. Doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with these. So far. put that one to the side. That one's gonna be bad. Alright, let's see if we can make this work. I'm gonna keep these out. Alright, I guess let's just go with a... Oh, I need the springs too, huh? Apologize for the delay, guys. I'm just as disappointed as you. This like tolerance of these tolerances of these Cobalt switches, pretty poor if you ask me. I don't need to do this. Hold up. What am I doing right now? Hold up. Wait a second. Wait 1 second. All I need to do is just change these housings. These top housings. I didn't even need to do this whole thing. Please tell me there are no part mix-ups. No, we're good. Yeah, I think this works. Hold up. Wait a second. I mean, of course there are part mix-ups. I mean, that was the whole point of this dumbass Franken switch project that I did. I've thrown away tons of switches because I realized I left a stock spring or did something else that mixed things up. I mean, the only stuff I've mixed up so far is trying to figure out which of these are the bad ones. Oops. But it's not gonna be long before I do this. Ooh, did I break this? May have broken this switch. Whoops. Alright. I'll just throw that away. Ultra broken in. Yeah. I think I broke that bottom housing, and if that's the case, then whoops. All right, how many more did I need to do? I don't remember. Let's throw the bad back in there. Yeah. Still bad. Still bad. That's good. Is that it? Okay, hold up. There was 37 in here, I believe. 2, oh god, 2, 4, 6, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Okay, I need to do one more, I guess. Honestly, this one wasn't even that bad to begin with. Yeah, that's good. Alright, is that it? Were these the bad ones? Were all these bad? Okay. So I think those are the bad. I'm gonna keep these out right now, because this is exactly what I just like need anyways. If there are any, like, I have 6 chances left to see if, like, and some of these might still be bad, some of these 6, but we'll keep this for now. This one feels a little like not right. So I'm like kind of just like going over the remaining, these are iffy ones. Yeah, that seems fine. Good. That one's a maybe change if there's nothing better. Maybe. Good. Maybe. Good. Maybe. Good. Good. Maybe. Good. 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 Maybe. Good. And good. Okay. This one's definitely, compared to the others, try to replace this. Good. Fine. And then, you know, after all of this, I think I have to go back to these and take these films out just to have them be consistent. That one feels worse. All right. I think this is it, but let's count this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 23. The sleeve is being used. Oh, the spacebar sleeve came in. Thank you again. The sleeve is being used to keep my 65. Nice. I'm glad it got in all right. I know that Snooze came in earlier saying his thing came in. Where's my stuff? Vin, I want to get you your stuff. I do want to get your stuff, and I also do want to buy that CC box from you still. I've actually just been, I've been like thinking about it lately. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 37. Vin, welcome in. But yes, I'm actually like, I've been like hyping myself up for that CC box if you still got it. I actually do like absolutely want to buy it off you. Yeah, I just gotta figure out if I'm coming up or coming down. So we were just talking a little bit earlier, but yeah, I'm not going to the Shrew meetup, but yeah, I don't know. What do I owe you? I owe you a t-shirt. I owe you a few things. I haven't listened to anything, so I was just saying it right on. T-shirt, something else, and a space bar. Ooh, that's right. What was that other thing I owe you? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it was like 25 banana split switches. I'm guessing you're like, are you in like East Bay or South Bay? You don't have to share if you don't feel comfortable here. Right, I figured from the start you were going to go, you would have said something on the server. Yeah, no, so San Jose, I see. So, yeah, I know. This is, I was talking about this a little bit earlier on stream, but I also realized I didn't tell the full story. The full story is, this is a critical detail here. I actually had other plans for that day specifically. Like at first I wasn't certain if I was gonna like be going or not, and so like I sat on it to think about it. And then some other plans like actually came up for that day, which ended up getting canceled because of COVID. So my original plans that I was meaning to do is just like they got canceled. Wait, what? Was there an extra film in here? Give me 1 second. So anyways, those plans are like now free, but like now knowing that if you had to take it, yeah, that's the thing. Knowing that like my original plans got canceled for COVID, I'm just like, man, like well, at least I'm free now, but I'm kind of like, I don't know if I would still go though, like because of COVID. So like I don't know, I feel like I don't know, I just feel like I've kind of been hearing a little too much about like people being exposed or people catching it, so I'm just like might just want to cool it, I suppose. Yeah. All right, we've been at this for like definitely like an extra hour, maybe hour and a half longer, just because of all these switch issues. But I promise you guys, we are almost done. Like I think we figured out all the good enough switches, like pretty much exactly 60. I'm sure that some of them are probably slightly less good than others, but I think they still meet my tolerance level here of like what would be acceptable as I'm typing. But now we're just doing this final pass of just removing all of the films to make things as consistent as possible among the construction. And then we should be good to resume our build. My hope now is don't go past 1. But of course, you're in my stream. So, of course, there will be more hangups as we continue along. Vin, I just I know, or I don't know. It would appear that you don't mind just getting your prizes another time. But I'm also happy to just ship them out to you. Like it's no problem for me. And I also have no problem if you just wanted, like if we just worked on that CC box transaction and then just like shipped it to. Like I have no problem doing either of those things. How do I put it? For the box, I'm kind of like, I'm not necessarily in a rush. I just want it. I don't even know how many artisans I have. It's like, it's not that it's like a huge amount. It's just that I've never had them organized enough, like in a grid for me to count them. And like a lot of my more recent artisans that I've got, like that have come in like little designer boxes. Like I haven't even grouped in with the other ones. Like I'm using this, I don't know how to explain this. It's like a very old tray that I don't honestly fully remember where I got it from. It might have been from Originative. But the tray is like, it's a cardboard box with foam in it. If you need to make room and have a taupe skull, I'm down. I'm not at that point yet. Not quite yet. Alright, what are, just out of curiosity, what are your guys's, like if you had to choose like just a couple of more recent sculpts, or even just like designers, who are your guys's like current like favorite artisan makers? Because like I'm not super huge on the artisan scene, but like I feel like if I see an artisan that looks real good, then alright. Takapi Dread, okay. Hello Caps Alpha, Art Key, Rose, okay. I like those. I like Alpha Caps. I like Art Key for sure. But I've been like, in terms of ones that I really like and have actually been like winning. I do like Archetype. Archetype's cool. You know what's crazy is like sometimes I forget that BroCaps is still putting stuff out, but I just haven't had any recent wins. But like sometimes I just forget, so like I just forget to enter. Still waiting on some BroCaps. think I have 2 art key wins, but only 1 is delivered. But I've been getting like a gang of archetype. I like it. I think I'm on like my 4th or 5th win for archetype. Alpha keycaps. I've purchased some aftermarket. But I don't have any actual wins, and I haven't had a Hello Caps win. Oh, how did this get here? Had luck with a few of the sales lately. Nice. I'm trying really hard not to like. I don't know, not that hard. I'm trying not to get really into artisans because I don't know. Honestly, like artisans are like funny. They're kind of funny because like they are cool and they take like a pretty gnarly amount of craftsmanship to them, but it's like artisans are crazy because like they're a niche inside of this niche hobby, you know? And it's like they're really expensive. Like I feel like they become very expensive. And like what do you really get out of them? I guess it's like, yeah, it's for collecting 100%. I mean, the same way that I personally collect keyboards. But what are you really getting out of an artisan other than like, I mean, like when I look at it, it's like you get photos, like you get some cool photos out of them. You're accenting your keyboard. You kind of got bragging rights. And I get it. Like I do get it, 100%. I do understand it. But the thing is, like, I think I would personally I would rather get keyboards. Like I would rather get keyboards, and in fact, like I'd get key sets, which I know are more than artisans a lot of times. Like at least like at cost. But like I would rather do that because like at least I get like builds and options out of a board. Whereas like, yeah, like I could try for every single artisan out there and I could like go and win them, and then like what? I show up on stream and then I show it. That's like 2 minutes of content. That's like 2 minutes of keeping myself busy. Whereas like, I don't know. Would rather have a board to build. Find out the interesting parts of any given keyboard design. Build it out, show you guys. Like I experience how it feels and sounds. You guys experience how it sounds. So, again, yeah, collector syndrome is like, yeah, like I'll try for them, but I feel like I'm not trying to lose so much sleep. I've been trying not to lose sleep over just like artisan sales. I mean, they're cool. Something like I think that like in terms of modern artisans, I think there's like 4 really good designers that like I try to go 4 or 5 that I'll try to collect, but if I lose, it's fine. Kind of think it keeps things fresh for me. When I took a break from artisans, I went after keycap sets. I see. Alright, are we at the last one yet? Alright, so I think this is the very last one. So while we're at it, I'm gonna take the film off, and I'm also gonna get rid of the spring too. And then we're gonna get our trusty 78 gram. Which is kind of interesting. I think this might actually be shorter, but at least I have a little bit more confidence that it's gonna support the weight of the spacebar. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel like I know it's kind of like, I know I'm a weird dude, right? Like, what do I say here? I know I collect a lot of keyboards, and I know that that's like, that itself is like not really natural. Like, I know. But I still kind of feel like I'd rather be doing this than Artisans. Artisans just, it's like a whole nother dimension. Okay, let me draw on this one. I enjoy when I get the chance to commission Artisans, but it's not worth chasing hype. Oh my gosh, what was that? Scissors? That's dangerous. I've never done a Artisan commission. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say other than it's not really been my thing, I suppose. I never thought about it. I'm like okay, let's just consider ourselves done-ish with this, and let's kind of hope here that I have. Oh, I think I forgot to do one last one here. Chasing Takpiz. Alright, I can't front at all. ClickPig has mentioned Dreads, Vincanius, Tukpiz. Like, I've heard these names, but to be 100% honest, I don't remember what these sculpts are. Because it's just like, again, I only have like the 5 that I like ever look at. What is it? Archetype, Art Key, Alpha, Hello Caps, Bro Caps. Like, I'd love to get more skulls, like clack skulls, but like, I mean, it doesn't feel totally reasonable in this day and age. What's my favorite GMK keycap set? Hard to say. I have said this one. This is one that I've said that is probably my favorite, more because I have history than it being like my favorite look. The history literally being that it's like the first GMK keycap set that I know of that had HHKB compatibility. Top 3 or top 5 then? Oh yeah, feel free. I mean, there's, how do I put this? I didn't mean, you know, yeah, I said tell me your favorite, and then like I told you 5 of mine. So feel free to keep talking if you guys have more favorites you want to share with me. Takpi is the maker. Their sculpt is Sakura Blank. I see. Bro, I get clowned for not having any. The Togepi's. Ah, you know what I should have done? Damn, I need that plate fork, because I'm already immediately feeling fucked up over this. Alright. Let me see. I guess we'll do the 3 stabilizers just to test that everything checks out. If you picked a more colorful set, I would have shown you a Togepi that might match it. I see. No, people are surprised I never had a Clack Skull. Ah, I see. Yeah. Oh, I clowned for that? That's kind of mean. I get clowned for that? People are mean. Yeah, the cause is crazy, huh? Let's try this out. Excellent. 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 POM, yeah, today we're doing here POM Jelly to go with the POM switches and the POM keyboard. Alright, but the real travesty here is that because I'm on a POM plate, and I don't have one of those plate forks. Oh my god. Cobalt isn't all POM though. I know, but there's no all POM switch, and maybe for a good reason. Dealing with this bullshit that we've been doing for like the last 2 hours. Maybe hour and a half. Damn, how do you even remove this shit? Are creams all POM? Should I have just used creams? Jeez. So stupid. Are creams really all POM? Can someone check that? Ah, stupid me. I should have done creams. Maybe it would have made this build so much easier. You gotta accent it a little, right? One thing here that's not POM. Look at these crazy south-facing switches. Isn't that ridiculous? That's why they were self-lubricating, because POM breaks in over time with friction. I see. But that's what makes them scratchy. Oh. And Thixius, welcome! Hey, happy holidays! Hope you've been doing well. Housing and stem that's made of self... Man, I should have done it. Damn. Bummer. Look how deep I am here. But it's chill though, because I would rather... Because I know that cream housing is really tight. I would rather put that into one of my other mini boards that are going to run PC. You can probably, yeah, no, I actually have them. I bought those from R&D KBD. Ooh, wait, Vin got Virgo? Like the FLX Virgo? Interesting. I realized these were like my A- stock switches. And I'm putting them like all in a row here. Probably shouldn't have done that. So this is totally wrong here. This is my space bar. Dang, that's crazy. When you use them, please remind me I care. Okay. I guess the heads up here is, man, I feel like I should scramble these up, huh? I guess this doesn't matter so much. I'll put these on mods. What was I saying? Oh, the truth about the creams, I guess I'm probably gonna use them in that like a Trio 60 rebuild, because I currently have inks in that PC plate, and it's like super fucked. And I think I would just want to go the entire opposite direction and be totally certain that those switches are tight enough. I want to see how worth it is. I'll play with them just like off stream, and then I'll see if there's a big difference. I do have some like V1. I do have some V1 creams, like just a very small number of them for no real reason. And what else do I have? I have these broken in ones. I got like 20. Yeah, same here. I have like 20 V1 creams, which I think that the difference there is like, I think a housing size difference. Or maybe a stem sizing difference, I don't know. So I'll just like press them next to my ear off stream. I don't know how to explain it. I think this is another of my hot takes that you guys probably know come out of my mouth. Like you probably would have figured already, but it's like, do people really think creams are scratchy? Whoa! Oh my goodness! Starfire Ping with the big ol' raid. That party of 35. Welcome. Elvin's back. Hey, big ol' raid. Starfire Ping, thank you so much. Hope your stream went well. Let us know what you were doing. And shouts out to everybody. Starfire Ping from NorCal too. That's crazy. Are you going to the Shrew meetup? Because I am not. Oh, Rocklina, hey, Rocklina, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here. See, I hope I have enough of these switches. Dealing with these Cobalts was ridiculous. Roro, welcome. Everybody, welcome. Hold on, let me make sure I acknowledge everybody. Frank, Elvin, Ruminative, welcome for the first time. Quapo, welcome back. Starfire Penguin again. Let us know what you were up to today. Kajata, welcome back. Nomad the Norseman, welcome for the first time. Hey, everybody, welcome. And Rocklina again, thank you so much for the follow. Just realized I've been lurking on the stream before. Yeah, we really take our time here. This is been streaming way too long for this to be where I'm at right now. Missed out on tickets. Yeah, I also did it. This is a whole long story, but at the end of the day, I'm not going, and maybe probably a good thing, just given COVID. So, Ghost Ted. Ooh, that's a fun name. Ghost Ted, thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. All right, so here we've done this. I guess let's try to use our eagle eyes, see if any of these legs are bent. Think everything seems to check out. Ruminative, thank you for the follow. Happy Thursday, thank you. Thank you. It's been alright. This is my first day back from work, or back to work from vacation. It's like, oh man, I'll be working. I wish I was still on vacation, to be honest. Two days in this work week here. All right, so this PCB has south-facing. Oh my gosh, south-facing switches. And on top of that, these are hard to press into the PCB, so I've been like trying to do this upside down, or like trying to do this like push these into the plate first. Been taking PTO myself. That's good. It's real good. And I don't have one of the, like, I don't have a plate fork, so I guess we're just trying really hard to get this pressed in all the way. Because what else can we do? Just make sure I got every pin inside. I think we do. Gotta get a plate fork. I'm gonna buy a plate fork after the stream. I also need to get some of those clutch pencils for stem holding. First time chatter? I don't know. Welcome everyone if it's your first time, and welcome back if you've been here before. Hope everyone's had a fantastic holiday season. I know I did. Oh, so challenging to get these in. So typically with these softer materials, I put in all the switches first, but this effort is much harder this time around because this 1-up PCB, like I think the drill, like the holes were drilled in like a tad too small. So I'm struggling to just kind of click all of these switches into place. Meanwhile, we had this issue with the Cobalt switches where they were kind of doing the Aqua King thing of like not returning. Oh, that's a bent pin. Damn. At least it's on the corner. So this stream has been a lot longer than expected. I thought I'd be like done by now, but here we are. Oh dang, I just got Aqua Kings. I think if you have Aqua Kings now, it should hopefully be good at this point, because I'm sure that like they hopefully are distributing out the revision where the housings are a little more lenient. But I had to go and buy those extra ones. KeyBees is a vendor that's based out of the hometown I grew up in. I didn't realize until I actually looked at the tracking, got it in. I can't put films on my Cobalt. That's so that kind of has happened, but some of them just feel tactile even without films. Like pretty much literally the exact number. Like I was trying to find the ones that just felt the least tactile to fill out the 60 here. The Aqua Kings now are great though, shouldn't have issues with revision 1 of Aqua Kings. Yeah. Or revision 2, I guess. New tooling, yeah. So I had to get the new tooling, like top housings from Keebees, which is again based out somewhere pretty far. I have one batch exchange with Pantheon Kings. Breach PH, thank you for the follow. Starfire Penguin, I'm not late, just on Filipinos. welcome to stream. KCXY96, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the stream for the first time. Ooh. Damn, this is like... Gotta use the full force of my fingers here getting this through. I think it's the PCB's fault. I'm blaming the PCB and it's not me. My timing is superb. Nothing better. Man, I gotta wear some gloves. This is like hurting my thumbs. I guess just my one thumb. Oh my bad. My bad. Got some gloves in here somewhere. Where are they? Hey, what's good, man? Sick tattoos. Thank you. I am going with Ada to Hawaii in about a month. I think a month from now. Oh, that's crazy. And I'm gonna get a little more tattoo work done. Plan is to bring it up to my neck. Ah! I wanted to do stepped. Give me stepped. Ah. Alright, these gloves. Oh my gosh. These gloves help. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous, man. So ridiculous. I need a plate fork. I swear it. We're trying to go with mostly POM. Except for the stems, apparently. I didn't realize I could have just done creams. Novel keys, cream switches. Damn, I lose another switch! Where all these switches go? Just dropping every switch. Like, I need this exact number too. I think I just put this in the wrong place. Olives. Wish I could have gotten olives. I actually didn't get in on GMK olive. You know, I really wanted this keyboard. You know, I really, how do I put this? It's really cool in some ways. Let's. Okay, how about this? I find it really cool when, like, these 60% boards, oh my god. These 60% boards, they like do the top left connector, but it's something that's not a tray mount. Because this allows you to like introduce things like Alps PCBs into it, which I've done before. Anyway, in case anyone wants to see this. So this was, good lord. Like, these just like can't pop in or something, or they're popping out when another one pops in. Glad to see it getting built. I'll take it. Oh man. All right, let me punch all these in first. Then I want to show you guys my previous build in this. I ended up buying 2 plates to go along with this in MX. And then I ended up cutting 2 plates in Alps because they provided the plate file and you just modify the cutouts. So if anyone wants to see it, stick around for another minute or so while I just try my best to push all of these in. This is absurd, I gotta tell you. I think these holes that were drilled in are just like so tight. I guess it's like good for alignment. But crazy, man. So crazy. Dang, this one. Ah, man. How do we do this? Oh, I just don't know. These two guys are pressed in all the way, but their alignment on the plate is quite poor. And once I plate and switch down and pressed it in my desk, I would do this, but these holes are so tight that like I feel like I would damage something. I really do. I now have 7 bent. Oh gosh. Oh man. Oh, I got a bent pin there. Oh, damn it. Oh, impossible, bro. Pretty sure I cracked some housings. Oh no. Oh, these sad stories. These stories so sad. I don't think there's any bent ones left, but there are those 2 switches that are kind of pissing me off a little bit because they aren't like fully aligned. Oh, here's a bent one. All right. This guy right here is bent. Yeah, SKB60 it hurt a lot though. Foam in there. I see. First build. Ooh. What build was it? Out of curiosity, Breach. I think these are the ones. These 2 are no good. There we go. Oh, bent pin. Was it tofu? Ah. Straighten that out. Okay. Are we good yet? I hope we're good soon. Getting kind of antsy here, you know? I want to get this build done. Done and over with. Alright, I'm gonna try to just press all of these in one more time. That seemed to help. I'm just like going at all of them in this weird like waterfall order. All right, and get ready for bed, BRB. Right on. Okay, I think that we are good at this point. All right, so if anyone wants to see my previous build, hey, check out my previous build, guys. You guys might like this. For anyone who hasn't seen it before, I printed this Alps plate in leather. That is leather, and it's a top mount board. And we put in some Matthias clicky Alps clone switches. So you completely don't even get any of the benefits of the leather, because you just mostly hear and feel the click. It's very, very stupid. I'm gonna rebuild this to not use clickies at some point. I'd probably go with orange Alps. Actually, check this out. This couple things. I actually showed this off yesterday. Give me 1 second while I find it. Take a look at this. This was my first build. Not my first build ever, but like the first time I built this board. It's a VOD I have up here. For anyone who cares to see it, I'll paste it here in chat. I built this on August 15th during my birthday build-a-thon. And check out this this fun comment here. It's from our good friend. I don't know, our good friend, right? Look at that. Is that a real life check mark? Hey man, love this build. I was wondering if this play for this is public. So I spent some time a couple of nights ago just like putting it together, and so I have this page here which you can hit the plates command for now, where you can go and get it. And this was the exact build that I did in leather. So you know, there it all is. Sirius Alps first option there. Anyways, very cool. All right, let's just type on this, see if we can like if it feels all right. I think it does. I'm just gonna pretend it does. All right, I think it's time to solder some switches. What do you guys think? 3.5 hours in, and we're getting to the solder process now. This guy, I can't believe this guy. Grab my iron, plug in. I also gotta clean up my space. I got so much garbage everywhere. Where am I gonna set the iron down? The Cobalts. Look at this. Not the keys. It's not even the right bag. All right. Let's get ourselves back in focus. Oh my God, Alps was you? That's awesome. Yeah, what do you mean Alps was me? Eh? I did do Alps on this board. The plate design, yeah. Okay. Pardon the brief interruption there. How's the build so far? Running super late, but hey, I'm still gonna try. I'm still gonna attempt to get this done by 1. Still making this attempt. So soon. Let's just hope I didn't mess any of this up. I'm gonna shoot my shot here, but would you mind taking a look at one of my designs? Not now, but next time. Like a plate design? I mean, I could try. How do I put it? I can create a plate that works for me. I don't know necessarily that I'm like a real designer by any stretch of the imagination, but I can make plates that work for my purposes. So sure, I'll look at what you have. For anyone who's just tuning in for the very first time, again, thank you and welcome to the stream. I'm an HHKB guy, so I really only know like HHKBs. So it's like it's literally almost the only thing I build. It's not working. What? Most of my content, most of my work here is just surrounding HHKB layout boards. If it's an HHKB, I'm gonna say it's great. If it's not an HHKB, I might say it needs work. When you make some adjustments. Oh, I plugged in the wrong thing. That's what happened. HHKB 40. All right. I mean, and it. Okay. Hold on. Let me say this. Who was it that showed us earlier? Was it ClickPig? Hold up. ClickPig was the one that sent this. I will say that an HHKB 40 is significantly less offensive than that abomination that ClickPig sent earlier. The extra happy, the XT HHKB. Oh my gosh, what was that? The XT HHKB, that was, oh man. I don't know, sorry, Breach, I don't know if that XT HHKB was yours. But oh man, I didn't know what I thought about that, man. Okay. Oh man, I felt like there was so much wrong with that. If anyone needs to see this again, I'm gonna paste this here, and then I'll pull it up on screen too. Check out this thing, man. Oh man, I don't know about this, guys. Oh, jeez. I feel like they took an HHKB and like defaced it. A tribute to the iconic HHKB. Yeah, I really don't know about this one, guys. All right, I'm gonna turn off my. Did that run? I think I'm in love. Oh no, Gajata. I think it's still in IC right now. I'm gonna turn off my secondary mic, so you might hear me a little quieter. Here I am now. I might still be kind of funny sounding because of the fume extraction, but I think we're just gonna go at this. And I'm gonna use my eagle eyes, make sure that everything's pressed in properly, and that I didn't bend any legs here. Eagle eyes. You guys might hear me say that a lot. Eagle eyes. I remember when I was in high school, me and my buddy Android Pork Andy, he comes on stream sometimes. He's my co-host every now and then. We took this class in high school with his teacher. It was computer keyboarding. It was literally just a typing class. He was there would be, I remember he just one point said like, oh, type out this thing, make sure that everything looks right. And he had like a quadruple space. It was like a quadruple space. You press enter 4 times so that you have a quadruple space. And I think like we were probably just like writing a letter or something, right? You need a quadruple space, you could sign in between the word thanks and your name. And he was pointing out that some people did not quadruple space. They only triple spaced. And he goes, you know how I know that? Because I have eagle eyes. And I try to use those same eagle eyes to determine whether or not I've bent any pins. So that's something that I learned in high school. Eagle eyes.
I don't understand one word you're saying, but it sounds great.
Let's take a look at this. What could Jata send? Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that's nice. Is that what a linter is for? I mean, it was a keyboarding class. I think that anyone in that class, freshman in high school, had a concept of a linter. All right. Okay, let's get it going. My fume extractor has been making a funny noise lately. I still don't. Okay. I kind of, you know what, I still have my gloves around. I mean, I guess I could Wodan this, but like at this stage, like why? I feel like everything is pressed in. Let me try to be, oh no, not everything is pressed in. All right, let me let me go over this one more time here before we start. That one was not pressed in. My eagle eyes failed me on the first pass, but hey, not on this last one. Let's try this one right here. That one's good. Ooh, that one was good. Ooh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. These stabilized keys definitely needed some extra juice. That one good. Ooh, that one needed some too. Okay, I am not gonna Wodan this at this point. Uh-oh. This one seems weird. Hold up a second. Where'd I put my switch puller? I see one very weird switch. There it is. Okay, that one should be good now. See if I can track down any other weird ones. I'm getting this strange feeling just right off the bat that we might end up with that weird crunch issue that we sometimes see with these softer plates. I feel like I'm predicting that to actually happen with this build once we actually all assemble it together. Anyone, does anyone know what I'm talking about? This weird little crunch. Starfire Penguin, hey, Starfire Penguin, thank you so much for that big ol' raid. Appreciate you being here tonight. Take care. And I'll see you next time. Also, I'll give you a follow. Hold up. I don't think I've given that follow yet. Follow. There we go. Thanks again. Peace. Alright. Spreading the love. Hey. Alright. Okay, I think everything checks out from this side too. Dr. West, hey man, can I share a link? I want to hear your thoughts about Flame 60. Absolutely. This sounds like a 60% keyboard, unless Flame 60 is referring to the 60th flame of with wildfire. But please send it. Man. Let's be able to see it. Let's go this way. All right, no lowdown. We're just gonna gun it. I'll do a couple corners. All right, I'm gonna check that out shortly. I want to look at it now. You got me curious. Dr. West, is this your work? I haven't looked at it yet, but are you just like, you're curious about how I would review it? Or maybe it's a secret. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Oh, I think I feel like I may have seen this or come across this. Gasket mount, win key, and win keyless. Oh, well, I see a big problem with this already. I personally see a big problem with this already. Where is the real layout? Just review it, planning on getting one, but only one review is on YouTube. That's why I'm hesitant. All right, so my first initial impressions is there's no HHKB option. So 0 out of 10. Yeah. All right, if you want me to be like more serious about it, I'm curious to see what it looks like. So I haven't seen this one review of it on YouTube. Gasket mounted keyboards I've found to be interesting, which is, I guess, diplomatic speak for I'm not sure I like them, like these pour-on gasket designs. With the D60 specifically, like the channels for you to put in gaskets in are like, they were really bad. Fortunately, I you know, doing the Sango and the what else? The Trio 60 was not as bad. But feeling wise, it's like, if you're into it, I get curious, like what happens like 10 years from now with your foam gaskets? Like what would actually happen to the board? Like, did you have to replace them? I get so curious because it's literally just foam. So I don't know. 6.5 angle, chill. Okay, a bunch of dampeners. I never use dampeners, but if they need you to, then like I get a little like I get curious as to why that you throw in dampeners, but maybe some people are just into that. Ooh, solder PCBs, that's a plus. Case finishes. The finishes look cool in these renders, so hopefully this is actually how they turn out. This is like a nice blue. Design of the keyboard, how it like visibly looks, also looks pretty cool. Like I'll throw that out there. That's also a pretty cool like weight design, big brass plate, with that cool design right there. So pretty chill. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I could really like say a whole lot more past all of this without actually like seeing it or hearing it. The information, it's like, how do I put it? There's a lot of information here, but it also feels a little light because like I'm just not sure what else I would really need to know. So bottom line, if I had to give this a rating, 0 out of 1. It's no HHKB. There you go. If you're into win keyless, 1 out of 1. purchase the keyboard. I don't know, it looks nice. I'll say that. "10 years top mount conversion kits. Play files, gasket files." Seam looks like Mr. Suit. Where's your dark mode? I like the brown, like the beige theme on keycap. I'm a big fan. It's funny because like I think the OG keycap was that black and red, and it took them a while to actually put the black and red back, I think, if I recall properly, or at least it wasn't the default. The brown pissed a lot of people off when they had like a forum migration in like 2012. I almost soldered on a hair. Dr. West, was that helpful at all? I'm guessing probably not. It looks cool. If there was an HHKB option, 10 out of 10. I would buy it. PLX coming out in February. That's what I'm hearing. PLX added the HHKB option a little bit later, past the beginning, early stages of IC. And that took it from won't buy to must buy. I do like that they offer a solder PCB on this flame. I'm definitely a solder guy. More than I am a hot swap guy. Oh, I'm just realizing I'm doing this like long ass build. I guess I should probably like reward you guys with a giveaway. I don't think I even had a giveaway planned tonight, but maybe we'll run one. I'll look for something in the junk drawer. How about that, guys? A little junk drawer giveaway. Would y'all be up for that? Giveaway antics? Yes, it is for sure. What temperature do you solder at? I'm at 662 Fahrenheit. I believe it's Fahrenheit. Now I don't know. Alright, here's a question for y'all. A little poll I got for you guys. What's your favorite What's your favorite keyboard modding tool? Out of all the tools you own for keyboards. 350C, I see. Of all the tools you got, what do you enjoy the most? Inkscape? Do I have to actually know what they do? Absolutely not. Who's Links? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. You do not have to know what they do. What's your favorite? Soldering iron. Nice. Soldering irons are chill. Oh, they're actually kind of hot. Oh, I almost thought I had a bent pin there. Oh, I would have flipped out. Just got a plate for it. Haven't used it yet. Ah, man, that's like, I definitely would have benefited from having that in this stream. 100%. I'm getting a play for it. Like, I'm getting a play for it like tonight, probably. No way I'm not getting one. It's ridiculous. This stream has been ridiculous, man. Still need all this. Nonchalant skeleton. Thank you for the follow. Good question. Thank you. I wish, like, Alright, okay, I don't know if I want to say this. I feel like put too many people on the spot. I'm gonna say it anyways. I wish that, like, you know how, when you sub to someone, like, it, like, you know, or, like, resub, it, like, makes you, like, write in a message. I wish they had that for, like, more things. Like, I wish they made you write a message when you, like, followed. Or I wish that, like, raid messages were, like, forced. Props for fume safety. I remember back in the day, I would say, like, 2012, 2013, 2014. I was just sniffing solder all day. But, I don't know. I realized I probably should not do this, especially when I started streaming keyboards about a year and a half ago. I was like, I probably should not be doing this on stream and setting this bad example. Ruminated is still on news. Play fork. Hey, you're farther ahead than I am. For anyone just tuning in, I'm gonna figure out a giveaway to run at the end of stream. Trying to get through this build fast, kind of trying. I have burned a lot of time tonight, so trying to power through this. A lot of people do it with no safety concerns at all. I got this nice unit. It's an Edson FX F11. People have claimed that it is quieter than other fume extractors, at least at its price point. I'd say a little pricier than normal. But what's also cool is that it has a solder holder. I was gifted a soldering iron over the holidays, and I'm trying to get over my intimidation. Get over the intimidation. I mean, there's like practice kits out there, or I'm sure you can, like, I guess, nah, that's kind of hard. I was gonna suggest you could practice desoldering, but desoldering kind of sucks unless you have, like, some really, really nice equipment. I used to use a solder pult. Solder pults were kind of cool, but they were like, even then, solder pults were like a little bit pricey. They were like 30 or 50 or something, but they were pretty cool for like hand tools for desoldering. $10 clock kits and stuff out there. I was looking at those myself. Haven't used mine either. It's a good idea to practice desoldering because you will never want to do it again, and therefore be extremely careful and precise when soldering. No lie was told. Well, I don't know. Unless you're willing to invest a lot of money, there's some pretty good equipment for desoldering if you want to spend a lot of money. I hate the maintenance for my desoldering gun, but I wouldn't do it any other way. Yeah. The FM204 is like pretty egregiously bad for maintenance, and I'm sure that like I'm still probably missing steps for maintenance on the 204. We are almost done. Just a couple more solder joints left. But yeah, I mean, for anyone who's just recently gotten an iron, which looks like is actually more than... There's a couple here. Welcome to the club. I wish you all the best on your journey to becoming pro solderers. That might be it, but let's try and find out. Key switch opener would be my favorite modding tool right now because how else am I gonna swap in lube or swap in 300 gram plus springs? Am I right? Right. How else? All right. Let's try this out. See that I haven't missed anything. I feel the crunch. I think that's what I'm feeling. Oops. The crunch? Yeah, I think that's what I'm feeling. Alright, let's find out. Okay, so let me turn off this music real quick. And let me get on the secondary mic. So it looks like everything registered, so I didn't miss any. I didn't miss anything, but at least not as far as I know. Anyways, let's see if we can hear this. Turn these key sounds off. There's like a little bit of half the keyboard's not lit up. Okay. There's a little bit of crunch when I press all the way down. And I think that that is like the sound slash feeling of like you trying to flex a switch that's not tight enough into a soft material plate. And so we saw this last time around with the the Trio 60. It's not as egregious here, I don't think, but still just trying to be able to tell. And so yeah, if anyone's ever heard that notion of like you can't or like try not to use like inks in a loose plate. Obviously these are not inks, or inks in a soft plate. These are not inks, but there's still like a slight remaining effect of it that I think this would kind of be resolved if I used, say, for example, some Novel Keys cream switches, which I have, is just they're not tuned. Yeah, kind of sucks. But let's just try to build it. Let's try to just like assemble it, and then I don't know, maybe it won't be so bad. But there's also the notion that like you're only really gonna get it and feel it when you're like doing flex tests, like in the moment of like actually like typing like a normal human being and not running one of these silly flex tests. Like you're not gonna feel anything. At least I don't think. Like I didn't have any issues when I was like actually driving my Trio 60 personally, but it still does like kind of bother me a little, because you try to hit every aspect to get like a good solid keyboard up and going, and then when you get something like this, it's like, man, it's like a little disappointing. But that's why I don't get why people still dick ride JWK linear recolors. Oh, like you mean just like the heat of the moment, like of actually typing, is like you wouldn't notice anything? Is that what you're referring to? She's gonna feel smooth typing at like 70 words per minute, which anyone should be able to do. Yeah. Yeah. Again, yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if I had any follow up. What is that? Did I lose that bit? That's my little iFixit bit. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Alright, let's get this music back on, yeah? Y'all feeling that? Yeah, like, I mean, like, I think about, I guess for me, I really focus on the practicality. Let me reverse that statement. There's nothing practical about owning all these keyboards that I own, but I focus on the practicality of using them. And the practical thing is that, like, keyboard to keyboard, like, yeah, there'll be like some differences. Like I'll admit that. I feel like I've definitely in the past like downplayed the differences of keyboards, because yeah, there are some differences between, like, my Trio 60 doesn't sound like my LZ CLS SXH. It doesn't sound the same. It doesn't really feel the same. But again, from a practical standpoint here, it's like I think about, like, okay, I'm gonna be using this keyboard when I'm working. I'm gonna be using this keyboard when I'm dicking around on Twitter and Reddit and Discord. You know, I'm gonna be typing out, I don't know, angry messages to customer support. Like, am I really gonna think super hard about, like, some of these things? Like, I don't think so. I mean, JWK linear recolors they're nice. I mean, they're smooth. but like at the, you know, all hegs, I agree. It's like, what will one get you over another? I don't know. How are HHKBs different? For me, I really enjoy them, literally, and apologize for anyone who's heard me say this a million times already. But for anyone just tuning in, again, thank you everybody for coming on in and dropping these follows. For me, I love them for like literally muscle memory. I love the idea of split right shift and split backspace. I think that they are good for my productivity, and I have just gotten used to them, truthfully. Like that's kind of all it comes down to, I think. I also like the idea of corner blockers. I think largely, honestly, I think it just like looks good. I think it kind of helps show off more of the top case than, you know, compared to if you're using something like a win key layout. Like you get a little more top case. Yeah. And I guess it's just familiarity. I like them unblocked. Or sorry, blocked. Helps me find the function key faster, I guess. I don't know. TKLs always have a good amount of top case. It's too big, man. All right, I feel that crunch, but again, that's if you're doing this flex test. Too big. Alrighty. Oops. Let's throw some keycaps on this baby. Already. Ready for this goodness. Part of me wishes I got that white palm, but at the same time, that's cool. The fuck? I don't know which one's shift. I think this one's shift. It's like a pretty interesting texture, and it's like kind of like OEM profile. It looks like candy. Alright, okay. I feel like I gotta mention something that's like super boomer. I don't know if people really do it anymore. But yeah, I gotta say this. So I used to have this crazy pet peeve in the keyboard hobby that I don't feel like I encounter as much anymore, but like when people first started like doing these like simple artisans, like on keycaps way back when, what used to drive me nuts was when like people described keycaps as like being like, how do I put this? Like artisan keycaps, like as like almost like food, like it was like delicious. Oh, that used to drive me nuts. Like food? I don't know how to explain it any better than that, but like people would say like, oh my god, that keycap looks delicious. Oh man. Oh, it'd drive me nuts. I'd be like, oh, close tab. Bro, a Tide Pod John. Humans dumb. vary. That said, these kind of look like high chews. I'm not a big high chew guy. So what color do I need? I guess another one of these? Or should I put a blue there? What color do I put there for an HHKB? Like, do I go back to this blue? Do I double this up so it looks like backspace? I don't know. Got me confused here. Let me know what you guys think. The white? Yeah, I don't like... I don't know. I don't like that mod up there. I'm not a fan of that. Oh. No, you got me messed up, man. Try putting a blue right there. Let's see what happens. I don't hate that. I really don't hate that. All right, let's just go with that for now. Who cares? Who cares? None of this matters. Alright guys, wrapped it at 8. We did it by 1. So let's run some monkey type. I know y'all guys like that. Oh, it's ridiculous. Look at this crazy ass board. Oh my god. This is so ridiculous looking. Look at this, like it's all POM. Everything is POM here except for the stems. The PCB is like lighting up through the white POM. And it's like the same colors as the POM Jelly. What is this, man? This is mad. All right, give me a moment here, getting set up. Anyone into pepper grinders? Is that what my board sounds like right now? Sounds like a pepper grinder. These are kind of a nice texture. I actually quite like it. Oh, look at this, guys. Oh shit, where'd it go? Where'd the changelog go? Okay, here, it's right here. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. They say it's Filipino quotes. All right. Added JavaScript quotes. Oh, that's cool. Typo fixes, bug fixes. Arrows, fun box, strict space, British English. Blah, blah, blah. Typo in a CSS property causing some animations to not play. Bug when using opposite shift. Alright, this is fine, whatever. Peeping the pepper cannon. Whoa, wait, let's take a look at this pepper cannon real fast. This is important. This is critical. Oh, that's super cool. You want my advice? My advice is get it, and then let us know how it is. Paid a lot, but high quality product, and certainly spits out a ton of pepper per grind. Oof. I think that's a cop right there. Alright, let's take a look. And what's a good... Let's go milkshake. Milkshake's probably a good one. Okay, guys. Oh, prediction. I forgot to run a prediction. I want to do a little prediction for y'all. Let's go with our standard 129. So anyone's interested in wagering their points. Prediction period up over the next 2 minutes. All right, and then over the next 2 minutes, let me go look at the junk drawer. So feel free, wager some points. Take a look. Show y'all what I got. Oh man, do y'all want some stupid bullshit? Cause I got some stupid bullshit here. How stupid do we want to go tonight? Cause like I have some stuff that's like I don't know how to put it. It's like legitimate kind of. What can we do from tonight? Oh, this is from the other night. Oh man, this is like really stupid. There's no way I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give something useful to you guys. I have this. I just did a Filipino quote as a manifesto Partido Comunista. Ah. All right. Okay, guys. How are we doing? All right. Thank you all for predicting. It's currently 0-0. I would suggest at this stage that no one vote or predict because, oh, okay. Someone is probably predicting into the abyss right now because I don't think anyone's could be. Oh, 10. There you go. There you go. All right. 942 to 10. Okay. All right, guys. So I will gladly take Shinbur's points. Was it Shinbur? Let's see here. I'm going to turn this music off. Oh. Wrong window. What the? That did not work. Give me 1 second. There's a few things I have to adjust. Okay. Let's turn this off. All right, guys. Shimber, I believe in you. How you got this, daddy? Okay. 1 to 950. Okay. All right, so what do we got here? For anyone who's just tuned in, Shinber, welcome back to the stream. For anyone who's just tuned in, this is a Sirius POM with a POM plate, Cobalt POM switches, which actually don't have POM on the stems, some POM Jelly keycaps, a 1UP keyboard, 1UP Keyboards PCB with the underglow here. It was a C-stock PCB, and it's actually working pretty well here. What else we got? POM Jelly. I think I said that already. Monkey type. The threshold is 129, so I gotta beat 129. Adjusting auto aim G monkey type. All right, so let's do this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. C stock, crib stock. Yeah. It had a missing long right shift stabilizer hole that was not drilled out. Y'all heard the cracks? All right. Ooh. Okay. Here we go. Let's. Okay. Oh! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh! Oh man, I am sorry, Shinber. I choked hard there at the end. Oh man. uh wow. Wow. No, no, no. Oh my goodness. Alright. Doubters. You got it this time. You never look at the first 30 seconds because it's always this, like the real raise happens in the second 30 seconds. That's why it's like we do these 60-second ones, huh? Oh my goodness. That was a bad throw. That was such a bad throw. My bad. What do you guys think of the board though? What happened to my points, man? 2 broke. My bad, Shimber. Oh, I didn't mean it. You guys like the sound? Whoops. I don't hate these keycaps. These are pretty nice. Oh, I used all my good juice on that first one. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because I think you would consider Cobalt switches to be like long poles. I don't know if the pole well is like maybe slightly longer, so it's like only kind of a long pole. I think, I don't know, or maybe it's just not. I don't know. I don't know what you consider this, but I guess we could look up the travel. Let's take a quick look. It doesn't say. So it doesn't say. But what's separately interesting is using these like OEM style keycaps to go along with it on POM on a top mount. And for that matter, it's also interesting this POM plate. Again, we have that tightness issue, which doesn't really rear its head into it. One thing, pretty much, unless you're really trying to do a flex test. And even here, I don't really even feel it by this point. So honestly, I think it's fine. I have the pink palm and the green palm sets. Never used it on a higher end board though. You know what I really fucked up on was those palm inks. Those palm inks, I believe, yeah, there's only just like alpha kits left. And I think that Escape Keyboards is the only place that has it. Yeah, it's actually super pricey. It's super pricey and it's like only partially sold out, just like sold out in a way that's not useful, unless you did like black alphas on, against like white modifiers. I'm still mad I don't have PP's. What's PPS black? Just brown? What's PPS? PP's? What is this? Oh, whoa. Wait, is it this? Oops. Polyphenylene sulfide. Far East. Oh. This is a cool one. Dang. They don't sound the best, to be honest. It is. Even if they don't sound the best, it's still interesting. Whoa, what the? Sounds like metal. This is nuts. Dang, I totally missed out on this. How long ago did this run? 2017? I'm guessing sold out in an hour. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I totally missed this. This is a pretty quiet video, huh? That's pretty sick, though. Why do you have 4 browsers open all at the same time? Yeah, this is sick. This CLS SXH. I'm trying to get to say that faster. That's crazy. Damn, I wish I got it. This I totally just missed. Like I haven't even heard of people talking about this. Ranto Korea. What this feels like? This name sounds familiar. But all right. Anyways, that's cool though. That's super sick. It sounds like metal. How come no one's running this? Why don't people just run this? I'm sure there's like tons of interest. All right, guys. Let's appreciate everybody being here tonight. If anyone is interested, I don't know, a giveaway. You guys interested in a giveaway? A little marbles race for y'all? I just pulled something out of the drawer here. All right. Same rules as yesterday. I'm gonna try to do these rules here where let's try these rules here. First place winner gets the actual prize. Last place winner, how about this? We'll do it this way. Last place finisher of the race gets the opportunity to claim some bullshit. If you don't want it, it's fine. But I'm not gonna. How about this? I'm not gonna allow anyone else to get it except for the last place finisher. So, right here, going back to the overhead. We have something of a legitimate prize here. This is an Alps plate in amber bamboo plywood. There's like some, there's, how do I put this? It is usable. It is absolutely 100% usable. There's gonna be some like slight imperfections. And let me just enumerate what these imperfections are. For one, I think the bamboo kind of snapped right here, just right up here, but that's okay because it's still intact. There is a backing layer that you'll probably still need to retain anyways, but you can still put a switch in there. Second of all, whoa, did someone join?
Whoa.
Yo.
What the hell's going on? Are you streaming?
I am streaming right now. Guys, this is Andy, my co-host.
Oh shit, I just thought you were chilling, but you streaming.
Yeah, no.
You do your thing.
Alright. Just running this giveaway right now. You can join the giveaway if you want.
I'm driving right now. So
Okay.
what are you giving away?
So this right here, it's an Alps keyboard plate.
I don't know what that means.
Perfect. All right, let me continue my spiel here. Okay,
Yeah,
guys.
You do your thing.
All right. Okay, so this guy right here is the like a slight imperfection right here, that little tiny crack, but it still should be good to snap things in. Second of all, there's this kind of pointless middle screw that you can't ever put in like a screw into because of how ALP switches are shaped. But it's fine. Like I think it's cool because like then at least you know where the G and the H are right off the bat. Third is we have this mix of stabilizers. One is for cherry. The others are for Alps plate mount. These are going to be useful, I think, here for Matthias key sets with CoStar stabilizers. This would also be useful for SP space bars if you're trying to use cherry mount. Is this the bullshit prize? It sounds like, no, this is the first place prize. The bullshit prize is way worse. Meanwhile, the Alps plate mount stabilizers are going to be good for most other Alps keycaps. So this is the good prize. Alright, the bullshit prize? Y'all want to see the bullshit prize? These are the hanging chads off of Pinocchio cut plates. So last place gets this. So there you go. Anyways, amber bamboo plywood plate. I think this'll be really chill if you're trying to do an Alps build on top of some kind of like wood tray case. What the fuck? Why did you keep that? For situations like tonight, where we're running giveaways. So, if you guys care to participate, please vote for your favorite map or your favorite number from 1 to 60. We cut ourselves some of these. I need those wood chips. I don't know. These will probably.
Alps have to do with alpacas?
No, not as far as I know. What are the wood chips? These are hanging chads off of Pinocchio cut plates. Say, for example, check this out. This is probably not the same exact one, but is it bamboo? Yes, it's amber bamboo plywood. Oh my god, did someone actually vote for 1? 1 is like the worst. Last place gets first place's garbage. What you gonna do with them wood chips? That is probably make good spacers. Oh my god. 1 is like the worst. Alright, let's just do this. 1 is the best number, no lie. It's for the place you'll win. Alright. Meanwhile, alright guys. Hit play to participate in this stupid ass race. Oh, there is one more thing too, which is you may need to, there's an unnecessary cutout right here. I don't know if you guys can still see this. There's an unnecessary cutout right here on each sides of these the space bar. You can just shim this with I don't know, some tape or something, because you may need those sides as part of the cutout. I have discovered this when I was working on my my blade. Oh my god, it just gets worse. Absolutely. All Hex, I hope you win. Everybody welcome. Curveball welcome. Frank, welcome back. Everybody else out there, if you guys want to win some excellent prizes tonight, feel free, join on in, smash that follow button, hit that play command. I will try to build something with it if I do. Yeah, no, absolutely. You got Alps. Enjoy. 2 minutes to join. Hey, what's going on? Why are you out so late?
Huh?
Why are you out so late tonight?
my buddy's birthday.
Okay.
So after work, I like met up with him and another friend to grab some dinner and just hang out and just kind of turned up on a Thursday night. And it's not a good idea, but I had fun. And now I'm on my way home and I'm ass.
Your ass? What'd you say?
Totally assed.
Asked. Got it. Guys, 1 minute left to join. Smash that follow button, hit that play command. And listen to Andy's stories about his fun Thursday night. Thirsty Thursdays.
I mean, dude, I had a rough ass day and I was like, I was like so tired, but then I didn't want to flake on my friend. You know, it's like one of those situations where it's like, it's his fucking birthday. Like, how am I supposed to not go?
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you.
So, like, I, like, you know, drove a pretty far distance to, like, meet everyone up. And, you know, I felt like I just had to do it. And, you know, it feels fun.
All right. By the way, who's links? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, let's get it going here. First place, early first place lead, which may be the first place of this race, is all X. Who's links? Who's links? Frank. All right, here we go. Everyone's just still bumping around right now. Toasty? Oh, it could be Toasty. Let's get it, guys. Who's it gonna be? It's probably gonna be Toasty.
They need to, like, update marbles where, like, people could actually control their damn marble.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think that would be pretty hard. I mean, I think like people can like run commands, but I think the other hard part of that is like legality. Cause like if you're actually using marbles as a way for people to like win contests, I think there's a crazy legality issue there.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, making this close here. Nonchalant Skeleton, Frank. Just jumped Toasty, which is kind of interesting. I felt like this stage is like always like who. I usually think that whoever's first for the whole race just like stays first. Commands only work in battle royales. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Curveball. Curveball takes this late lead here. Who's going to get it? Nonchalant Skeleton or Curveball? It's very, very close. All right. Nonchalant Skeleton with the win. Oh, my goodness. All right. Last place goes to Shinbur. All right, guys. Thank God. Okay. Nonchalant Skeleton, do you claim this plate? So can I pass? I just want to win. Sure. What do you care to do? Do you want to pass it off to any specific player? Say, for example, the 7th place player, or do you want to re-roll? Meanwhile, I'll still ask Shinbur if he wants to take the wood chips here. Shinbur claims the wood chips. All right. Pass down a second. Curveball, are you interested in claiming this this plate? We're passing all the way down to 7. Curveball, if you're still out there. What size is it? It's a 60% like tray mount plate. It's a tray mount Alps plate. It's got, how do I put it? It's usable. I'll pass. All right. Do you pass to another player? Say for example, the 7th player, like the 7th place winner. Just asking what you care to do here. Shinber does claim the wood chips though. Give it to 7th. He seems to want it. Anyone but the 7th. Okay, Curveball says 7th. All right. All Hex, do you claim? Yeah, fine. Hey. All right, I'm gonna build it. Mark my words. All right, we gotta get pics of that. Gotta get pics. All right, I'll Hex. I'll work on sending this to you, Shinber, if you haven't already joined, or anybody else out there, if you haven't already joined. Feel free, hit up the Discord. Find me, DM me. Shinber, if you want to claim the wood chips here, DM me. We'll arrange payment. Also, anybody else out there, feel free to join the Discord. Also, feel free to join the Discord. Find me on there and DM me anything. I don't really care. I don't care at all, guys. I'm just chilling. All right, let's take a look. See who's on. I don't see anybody who's on. I see Warm Thoughts. Warm Thoughts is on tonight. Let me know if anybody else has any suggestions on who to raid. Wait a second. Hey, it's gonna be Warm Thoughts. Warm Thoughts is building a PLX. All right, let's do Warm Thoughts. Shimber, I love CG streams so. Still waiting on my pizza. Oh. Spun up his home server to start playing with a couple buddies. I gotta check out what this Valheim thing is though. I'm gonna Google that. Meanwhile, guys, thanks so much for being here tonight. It's pretty late. I gotta be up kind of early. So thanks so much for being here. Until next time, I think I might be back Monday, I believe. Monday night I'll be back. I forget what I'm building, but I'll keep you guys updated. So until then, good night from San Francisco. We are going to be raiding our good friend Warm Thoughts. Check out that PLX. And until then, see you guys.